right. And we're back to Captain of Industries now. Got some food, got some drink. Should be good to go for a minute. Oh, alright. Stop rotating me, game. Did anything break while I had you going? Doesn't look like it. That's surprising. Let's see, what were we doing? Got iron and copper coming down via train. Realistically, we need to be doing that for our coal and rock. High supply of slag. You, I don't care about notification. For now. Don't care about that. Why are you not emptying that? Fuck. You're filled? Why? Hello? Why are you filled up? I get you're going through a lot of rock right now too, but you should be dumping the slag. Why are you not? Pause that. Also, we gotta do our little helpful command here. Set game speed. And we'll do like 5x. Now you're starting to get slag. Is it because of the throughput, it's just prioritizing the rock? Get rid of those and see. Alright, got another recycling needle. That's nice. Alright, that looks to be at least taking more slag. It's still not much, to be honest. Interesting. You know what? Gonna do what's called a temporary solution, is half the things I fucking do in this game. And build another bucket. Get another output going too, so those are full belts. Not if I move that ever. Alright. Hopefully that's processing more slag now. We're still running into rock issues. It's kind of annoying. To be honest, I kind of want to just store up some of it for now. So we're not really having to worry about it. I did a few of those in a row. And allow import on that one. There we go. Add that as a potential export. Alright. That should empty out nice and quick now. So we don't have to worry about that. Still getting all this leveled. Done. More walls on this section as well. Oh boy. Okay. I want to set up the coal train shit right now. That is my current question. I don't know if I do. What I do kind of want to do is change out how my tracks are working over here. Because I would like a crossing here. That works. Fill that section. And make those directional. There we go. Cool. You guys are still just leveling out all that. That's fine. Rock now at least shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully slag gets dealt with, even though it really does not seem like it's doing so. Mildly annoying. Still just like highly prioritizing all that rock. And it's good enough though. We'll check on that in a minute. Today, I think we want to do some farm activities. That's going to be a quartz mine, so we can't really touch that. I'm half tempted to work on leveling this fucking mountain range. I just don't even have to deal with it. In terms of greenhouses, God, yeah, there's just not very much space. I want to just like go straight across. Ideally, even back to back. Could. to here. Leave a couple tiles, flip it around. Here and then back by 2. Yeah, we gotta do more terrain management here. Doesn't have to be a whole ton, but it does need to at least be more. Yeah. Something like that. For the actual processing of everything. In terms of space that we have right now, it's probably going to be on this side by the captain's office. These aren't at the same 60 and 80, was it? Yeah. Figure out the best way to spend our time and resources here. Clear off all that. Kind of gibberish at this point. Same with all of this. Don't care about that. Mine's slowly getting that ramp down. Fine. Doesn't look like rock's going to be an issue there, hopefully. Yeah, probably do the processing on this side. Have this be the farthest farm this direction, then we can just expand to the left. Probably not too bad of a setup. But it does mean kinda need some room here. That room is going to be difficult to get. Vector tower blocked. You're not blocked. You're just being dumb. Okay. Turn off that menu. Yeah, slide's fine. So we're good there. Demolition crew, as much as I want you leveling that area, I want you leveling a different area now. However, having the trucks come all the way down to dump off at that ore sorter is going to be a utter bitch. So we probably make a new one, even just temporary. Dump some rock here for a ramp as well, temporarily. Alright. I'm hoping... Don't want to build this where it's going to be in my fucking way is the main thing. Like anywhere here is going to somehow find a way to be in my way because that's just how this shit tends to work. We'll do that. Get rid of all these products, honestly. Get rid of all of it. Hello? UI's being weird on updating. There we go. Alright, yeah, you're gonna have dirt, you're gonna have rock. Don't notify on anything. You might end up getting quartz. You might end up getting copper. That should be the only thing that might get into here. So that should be fine. Yeah. Deny all of that. Allow from anyone. Actually, let's export that. Make sure that's actually specific. Do we have a fuel stop up here? We do. Let's import from that. That has a truck, right? Yep. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Build you. Up to signed only. Be fine. We can get the trucks at least moved. I want this area done first. And while that's happening, we need 4 nodes of dirt and then 4 nodes of rock. The other ones I don't really care. They can just be exported if we come into a small quantity of it. That should be just fine, really. Yeah. Okay. Large storage. That over, actually. And then another one. Gonna be dirt. Export all of you, and you're gonna be rock. Export all of you. And belt there, there, and belt there. Good enough. Cool. Alright, all the excavators and trucks are moving out. That means they can find a path, which is a good thing. Plenty of steel and things, so at least our upgrades from yesterday are going well. Still need to do some flattening of this area. Aluminum smelting. Not doing that right now. But hey, at least we have it. Why are you out of fuel? You have a fuel station. Where are you? Why the hell are you all the way down there? It was trying to fuel one of the excavators on the work crew. That's fine. I'm going to clear out all of the farm items here just for the moment. You're accepting assigned only. Assigned only. Where is that trying to ship to? You. Deny. Yeah. Because I want to do a little bit of dumping activities. Level out this region. Much as we kind of can. Yep. And that should be what all these trucks are going to be doing now. Wonderful. Works for me. Works for me. God. You guys really just take forever to move anywhere, huh? God damn. I haven't had them in 5x speed, not even 3x. Slow as shit. I should probably pave this. Mountain pass. Actually used quite a lot. Something like that, good enough. Alright. Get in there. All of your trucks actually have to come up and meet you. That should be fine. Oh, no research. We actually finished off our research deal. We don't actually have much more to research before start running into limitations. Well, get the medical supplies, microchips, rocket assembly and space stations. Data center is going to be limited. Us having those chips. Space station's limited, and the nuclear reactor 2 is limited. That's fine. How to... Okay, I thought I just clicked on it there, but that's not working. I think that's electronics 3, yeah. That's right, microchips. Not looking forward to the microchip productions. That shit's always a pain in the ass. Trucks are also at capacity, which is annoying. I could probably get a fair number of them upgraded. Let's do that, actually. Vehicles, truck to heavy haul, truck, diesel. How many do I want, actually? I have 160. Let's do... Let's do half of them. Do 80 of them into heavy haul trucks. I could prioritize the work tower first, actually. Do that first. Saying it's replacing 80, but at the work towers there's only 19, so I don't know how that's gonna work, but we'll see. They'll at least get some upgrading, and that will be good enough for me right now. You guys are doing fine. Let's just extend this to make sure you catch any overflow. That's actually... That's gonna cause issues that I'm gonna have to dig that out a layer deeper and lay dirt. That's still a thing with these higher level greenhouses. Yes, but it's much more forgiving. It looks like, at least. Okay. Aluminum. Let's clear off that notification. Perfect. Still kind of tempted. Hold on. Comes to this bridge situation. See, what if I were to instead come from over here? Why are you forcing me to come up? I don't have anything weird with your elevation that's forcing that. Do I have anything assigned for this tower? Just the region. It's kind of annoying. Build here? Okay. Lets me do that. Then maybe I can come over and just land? The same elevation, but it's not wanting to because of the curve. Annoying. What if I get things a little closer? Just build that really quick. Get rid of this section. You just absolutely do not want to work with me, huh? These bridges are really fucking picky. Do that. Destroy all of that. You can just land there. There we go. Okay. Then that stays out of the way of this. We can get that built and start working that direction. We are kind of directly in the way of this mine tower, which is annoying, but let's just rebuild it, I suppose. We should still have it down here at least, but just roughly follow what we had already set up. I really wish when you copied a mine tower, it copies the vehicle request numbers and the name of it and stuff, and zoning, all that information. Copy the area too. That would be really nice. Not sure why I can't go to that same spot. Okay. I mean, don't really care, but that's just weird. Don't notify me about any of that. Destroy this tower. And just to, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just do it over here. Make a clean, straight bridge across. That whole mountain's probably gonna get leveled at some point anyways. Certainly looks better. Yeah, let's do that instead. After I just spent all that time moving the tower. Whatever. It's fine. For right now, this is just going to be a pure road bridge. That can just be like that. Unity, how much is this going to cost me? 527 if I used Unity. Ouch. Alright. Well, let's just tell them to build the whole thing. And I'm just going to Unity these little end pieces. And the amphibious trucks can figure out the rest. Once I let some of them do that. We'll put 8 of them on bridge construction duty. That should probably be enough. Okay. I have this here. Spaced out. That or should probably one tile further actually. Yeah. Because that will let these lifts just directly connect. Yeah. That'll work. Have a good little bit of area for them to mine out. Clear off some of this just to save on some clutter. Yeah. Dig faster. Actually, you're full. Why are you full? I have you exporting. Oh, you don't have export routes. Motherfucker. Oops. Garage is still not happening, but that might just be because trucks are kind of maxed out. Just set this to a higher priority. Okay. Starting to happen. Just assign some trucks as well to that. Dedicated. Also, I'm gonna want to probably landfill in this section for the upper level. But to be honest, probably actually queue this up. What, 80? Go level 79. Do that actually for an edge piece. Further out over here. Do some ramp activities. Oh, probably the whole thing actually. There's a ramp. Where does that get me? Right there. What the fuck? Why are you lifting up that high? 68, please. Thank you. Back down. A little bit of flat. Then you can flatten out again. Cool. You can still fill into that point. And you actually might as well still fill in the slope at a minimum. Alright. Something like that. Whether or not that actually gets prioritized or not, I don't actually care. Fine. Come on. You guys are almost done with this section, and then I can reassign you to the other side. I just realized we should have more of these haul trucks available, right? No, I did reassign them all to the crew. Okay, that's fine. General War Tower has nothing in its zone. Yes, you do. In a moment. There you go. Nice. Okay. Now comes the fun part of getting to design this fucking shit. Get the loose stuff all the way up to level 5. Flat pack can go level 4. That will just be our setup. Underground not farmable. Cool, you are actually going to give me an issue. I love that. One tile down, you don't. One motherfucking tile down, huh? That's how we're gonna play this game. All right. We are just going to move this all by one tile. Yeah, fine. Okay, now storage. We're probably all of our water handling's likely to just happen at outside of the islands, so probably don't need to worry about water pipes here. Actually, they will be partially here. These will need it for some of the food processing itself. Alright, we'll leave some space for that. And bring all the loose stuff here, flat patch stuff here. Yeah. And then over, like, on this section, we could probably have the chickens. So they can feed their flat pack items here as well. Alright. Not too bad then, not too bad. Try and leave as much space as we can. You're going to be potatoes. You're going to be, what, corn? Eventually canola as well. Sugarcane, soybeans, yeah, wheat. Be a higher priority here. Probably soybeans, then sugarcane. canola, I suppose. Meat trimmings will need a bucket as well. Well, meat trimmings really quick. I don't necessarily need to store these. It really is just convert immediately into sausage. Anything excess is just basically being trashed. Right? Nah, I probably will still do a buffer, but it doesn't need to be a massive bucket like that. Okay. I think that does for that section of things. If I placed it there... Hold on. Technically that would be symmetrical, however... 2 tiles off of that. You are 3 tiles off that, yeah. For 1 tile offset there. Have an odd center. What do we get? Medical supplies 2. We still don't have medical supplies 1, so I'm not too concerned about that. You're gonna be vegetables. Next. Yeah, probably bread. No, actually no. Because bread's more processed. You're gonna be fruit. Could do chicken carcasses or eggs or meat. Everything from here on is going to be at least somewhat processed in terms of flat pack items. Chicken carcasses, you are just being immediately processed, right? Yeah. So I don't care about you. However, all the rest of shit involving chickens, we do. Do meat and eggs. Do along with that, honestly, sausages as well. Okay. I'm not gonna build these storages quite yet, I don't think. Because we might actually want some space around those. But basically everything to the right of fruit we can. That will be a thing. Height level 4. To be honest, yeah. I'm not even gonna hook up those ones quite yet. Yeah. This is going to feed into some balancers. Not balancers. Into some sorters. Oh. That's right. Actually, the sorters kind of need to feed into balancers afterwards. That need to allow overflow. Otherwise, the system will gridlock itself. Could do that. That's still gonna cause problems. I can't back it up that far. I actually do this. Pressed up against the storage itself. And then we can drop it in kind of like this. Good work. Veggies. You are just going to be ran through like that. Likewise with fruit. Belt between those. Okay. Priority out that way, priority out that way. Then that will be good to go. And then our processing for overflow probably just happen on either side. Or we can redirect it all, to be honest, too. It wouldn't be that bad of an idea. We do actually need to leave a space here, so it gets limited by the belt speed. That will be our overflow. It's just going to go out somewhere and get combined there. Okay, so overflow belt goes that way. Taken care of. Veggies come down, go into storage. Fruit comes down, goes into storage. Okay. We are good to go on that front of things. Now I just need to redesign this. But with loose items in mind. Way. Out that way. Oh, damn. Place that. Yeah. You're going to filter potatoes. Already out there. Corn, wheat, soybeans, sugarcane, and canola. What are you again? Sugarcane. Full and soybeans, wheat, and corn. Wonderful. Connect the belts on through. We can have a nice sushi belt. Alright, I'm gonna process it all the same direction. Then I essentially want to do the same thing over here. We'll just raise it up a level. Almost forgot. Does need a belt in between. Okay. Are prioritized correctly. Yes, 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 and yes. Wonderful. Okay. Oh. Some of these things we might prioritize elsewhere before ultimately overflowing onto that final belt. Things like corn for corn mash, for instance. Although, yeah. $15 sugarcane gets us 12. What is actually the better ratio there for ethanol? 3 water for 12. Free water for 9. Get some animal feed out of it. Biomass out of this. Corn's a 4-to-3 ratio. I think corn's still better for ethanol. Yeah. Yeah. Things like corn, things like, I think, wheats for animal feed, right? We might overflow elsewhere, but that will come later on. That's just fine. Is this game built at all? Yes. Well, you guys are still destroying all that. That is beautiful. Potatoes used for anything? Snacks. Snacks are both potatoes and corn, though, aren't they? Yeah. And it's still just better to do corn. Alright, so our snack production is going to be corn. Sausages. Of course, need meat trimmings. I need chickens at some point. Corn, you are going to be used for snacks that we already discussed. Eventually corn mash. But literally the only thing corn mash is for is ethanol. I'm not too worried about doing that right now. So it's literally just snacks, the corn itself, and then animal feed. Animal feed, we're going to be making with a few different things. Overflow, potato, wheat, corn, or soybeans for it. That will work out quite well. Yep. Works for me at least. Get this hooked up. Okay. Shit. Don't do that, game. Alright, soybeans. Only thing I want you for is tofu. I suppose cooking oil, but isn't that just better to just make have canola? It just depends on how much cooking oil we plan on going through. It could be a lot. We could actually offshore all of our diesel production to corn. Corn and canola. Some biodiesel going. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. You are for the soybeans. You are for the corn. You are for sausages. But really, you're the meat trimmings. It's going to be a whole separate issue. Farm can go over there. This is our, well, one of our overflow methods. Other overflow methods for things like potatoes. Basically just the digesters. We start making a good amount of fuel gas as well. Or I suppose just an additional amount of fuel gas. Everything that can process. Which does not include canola. Okay, so we can produce maybe a little bit of granola, but we really don't want to go excess because we just have to burn it off at that point. You're gonna have a mill for that. Sugarcane. Only purpose for you is to make sugar. Sugar used in cake. And technically antibiotics. So we actually probably do want a bucket of sugar being made at some point. Yeah. In terms of food, that is all you're looking at. Sugar is a loose item, right? Yes. We'll just put that up there. I'll be going through everything and getting their processes kind of laid out. Flour to bread. Also to sausage and cake. Fine. Now, you need salt. We're gonna actually need a fair amount of salt up here. Which is gonna be slightly annoying. Because realistically that means getting brine up here. There's no reason not to use the brine we're already producing. Right now we're actually just dumping most of it. But getting a pipe network, shipping the brine all the way up north here. That's gonna be annoying. That's fine. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Hopefully, maybe. I suppose, too, I could actually just ship the salt. I mean, laying a pipe network's not too bad also, but could also just ship the salt. Even have a salt train shipping it. Might not be that bad of an idea. Okay. Something else that I thought about that we're very likely to do. I think this very first bridge of ours that we made, I think we're probably going to end up destroying it. Not super soon, but eventually. And just having it cross over to the upper section of this mountain. Because then our trains from the lower portion can go all the way up here, spiral around. They can do essentially a loop up here. And get access to the upper region fairly easily. Which complicates things with how we have our vehicles set up, but it's fine. We'll just have to reconfigure some of that. Sure, can't be that bad. Alright, salt, you get out of the way for now. Let's use Unity, clean up this area. All this shit out of my way. Cool. How are you guys progressing? Fine. I'd like you to progress further, though. I'll have you do that. And to be honest, maybe go a touch deeper as well. Yeah. Alright, Granola, you're trying to have a last minute addition. I don't care so much about you. Wheat, you're a much more major item. Hold on. So wheat. Literally, you are purely going to be for flour. And then just overflow will handle the animal feed and fuel gas. So every last bit of wheat needs to be converted to flour. That is just fine. I think I want to leave a little bit of space. Room for at least a lift and then a passage. Yep. Alright. This will allow us to make a fuck ton of flour and have it be expandable. The animal feed. It's going to come from a few different things. We'll lift that all the way up. And that's going to be one of the items that we're just going to pass forward. That will be fine. Corn, again, you're going to need the corn itself. The salt. Plastics, I gotta bring plastic up here too. Do I want a large container of that? I don't really need one, but budget. Plastic. Oh, plastic. Technically, actually, I didn't make this with ethanol. I don't necessarily have to ship plastic up here. I could use the corn itself to make the ethanol to make the plastic to package the corn into snack packets. Not necessarily a bad idea, actually. Might do that. Potatoes, you are purely for export. I don't want to use you for snacks at all. That's fine. Similar situation here. For the corn. You'll probably still make that more compact though. I only need to make sure there's a tile of room there. Yeah. That's fine. Biomass. Compost. And technically burn you for some steam. Do I need steam for anything up here? Or try to use steam for anything up here? Not really. Hydrogen. I mean, technically, I should take some of the fuel gas that I'm producing up here, add a touch of steam to it, That gives me hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Take the hydrogen and carbon dioxide to make additional ethanol out of the just raw biomass. Probably not really that worth it, though. So compost or burning. Alright, that's fine. One of these and a burner. Plastic we get sourced from somewhere else. Salt sourced from somewhere else and brought in. That's fine. The cooking oil probably actually travels along a pipe underneath our animal feed belt. That way it can be distributed. That will be fine. Flour. Distribute cooking oil there. Actually not worry about the cooking oil because it's a pipe item. That can be redirected to numerous different places very easily. I don't know. Try and lay this out like this, I guess. Next, be on that second level. That'll be fine. 3 per minute. Just even one of these can handle a very large quantity of biomass, so not super concerned about this. Do have to make sure that I get a balancer in here, though. Something like that. And that can go direct in and spread to others if you need to. That goes just like that. Priority out to the mixer. Otherwise, yeah, that'll work fine. That can do 36 per minute. That will be enough, at least for now. We can rebuild this situation if we ever exceed that. Okay, a bit of compost is fine. We will need separate belts taking the potato and corn out for raw consumption. That shouldn't be too tricky to deal with. Got the corn in, cooking oil. Again, I'm not concerned about. Pipe a bit there. Now the flour. This make things a little tricky. I need you for both bread production, cake, and sausage. Might as well actually... got sausage here. Suppose maybe we take these more over to the side. Move those chickens. Sausages, anyways. Yeah, we'll have the production in front of their storage. In your case, you're gonna be bread. And offset it off to the side. And just run that down around the back. There's bread. Fairly simple. Shouldn't be too difficult. But it does mean transporting the flour over there still. Something like that should be fine, however. And that's the animal feed belt. That can just go right on over. Get the water on the inside. Do that. Tofu. This is the only thing for soybeans, right? Well, and technically cooking oil, but we'll be making a touch of canola. Ugh. So we shouldn't have to worry about that. We do, however, now need access to sulfur and limestone up here as well. Sulfur, limestone. You kind of start to get in the way of a few things here. That should be fine, though. Cake production will happen down here by cake. Why are you low of goods? Hold on. That's actually really bad. Why are you out of goods? Below? You're out of glass and electronics. We have a fuck ton of glass. And we have electronics. Trucks, come on. You have a job to do here. I should move this bridge over, to be honest. That would allow me a lot more flexibility. Something like that. Try and just get this shit belted in. I think that would just help matters quite a lot at this point. And I mean, technically. Very much a technicality at that point. In terms of being a bridge here. Still needs to go that way though too. Okay, fine. Get you upgraded. Get. Can I access that belt, please? There we go. And that's loose belts. There we go. And take this over. As far as concrete's concerned, that's a concrete belt, so we can actually take this up to a level 4, and then that should be fine. And it should be able to go underneath that. I hope. Level 4 goes over top of that very nicely. Put a bridge here. Trying to figure out how to get 2 belts through here, but to be honest, I think I just want a bigger bridge segment instead of what we had here. That's just going to be a lot easier. Like that hopefully kind of works. We're going to bring over electronics this way and steel. Okay, glass needs to make its way over here as well. That one's going to be a lot more annoying, however. Hmm. I want to ship that. Might honestly make another fucking bridge segment here. It's still navigable, right? Hopefully. Come on, build faster. Yep, that's fully navigatable. Loose glass can come out. And go where? I don't know. Figure it out as we go here. Don't love that. I'd actually cut over sooner. Could run it like that. Wouldn't be terrible. Alright, something like that actually works. We have glass, steel, and electronics all coming over here by belt. So the only thing that would need to be shipped in still is wood and electronic 2s. That's mostly okay. Now to figure out how to actually run these belts. It's much easier said than done. Can we actually run belts for this section? Technically, yes. Okay. That should be steel. Run straight through. Have one of them come up and over like this. Steel goes clean through. That goes over and in for glass. I don't remember which of these belts is which. I have to figure that out again. And electronics, that's a good question. Go over these technically, right? Yeah. Well, actually, maybe we do this for the electronics. Instead, glass and go down that way. Alright, so we have glass, steel, and electronics. Yep, that's fine. I have to follow those belts. Glass should be the outside one, right? Yeah. The glass just needs to get into here. Which can be done like that. Steel can then drop down a belt. Where is the steel belt? It should be this top one, so it is the outside. Okay, that works. And the others just kind of straight through the bottom. Wonderful. No more import, no more import, no more import. Purely handle yourselves via belt. Please upgrade the steel belt though. Okay. Again, are we producing enough electronics? That's a good fucking question. But that should at least keep that more solidly working. The supply of bread, that's fine for the second. Any designations, that's fine. Okay. Back to food production. Fucking massive ass detour. Where was I? Tofu with the sulfur and limestone. And that's another one that I'm wondering if I should just be actually producing over in front of the tofu box. We're gonna need that too. One of these is cake, one of these is tofu. There's the cake. Production. It's fine. Alright, sugar cane. I just want to make sugar with you. That is it. Actually flip you around. Okay, we're going to need more biomass. Have dealings here. You guys are on level 2, well, I guess level 1. We're using 5 and 4 and 1. Tofu's not used right now. We have 2 and 3 available essentially. Okay. We'll do 1, 2, 3. This will be our sugar. Tofu. Have on 1, 2. Like that. Animal feed. Just need an output here. That can just get merged all together. Alright. Compost, we'll, I don't know, deal with that somewhere. I don't fucking know where, but somewhere. Canola. First off, notify me if this is ever full, because then we're not doing enough things with canola. You are just going to be ran into here. Plain and simple. Leave a little bit of room for the compost situation. Yeah. Let's steal the height for the animal feed. Output belts. We'll just put 2 of you down. You actually need to just be dealt with at the overflow side of things. That is fine. I come down here and just distribute. And I think next to our canola bucket, we can have a cooking oil barrel. And notify me if ever empty. And we're not doing enough. You need to come all the way here, merge in with the animal feed belt. Something like that. And fluids. Good to go. And good to go. Oh, good God. Okay. Again, we need to feed water across all of this as well. You know, we're gonna already have water pipes here. Let's fill that by a single pipe and move this over. That way we can have a water pipe squeeze through the middle here. And I think I'm just gonna have these come this way. And the pipes can just bump over any lifts if we end up having them here. Yeah. So that's our water pipe. And then our cooking oil runs alongside that. So you get the supports lined up. Okay. Actually, no. Cooking oil is gonna run underneath the water pipe. Just realized that's going to be a pain in the ass to try and pull any water or cooking oil out of this system. We'll set that up a little differently. Okay, that is the soybeans, and then sugar. So both of those are inputs. Water is on top. Come on, have that go over the top. Come on, you were just willing. There. Unfortunately, that does ends a little bit not clean these water pipes, but that's fine. All right. Oh. You can be replaced, and you replaced. Don't need pipes that big. Fine, fine. You are actually touching oil, which actually needs to be reset up with the new height. The annoying part is, there we go. Yeah, I need this to go over the top. Yeah. Pipe level 2. Goes up. Goes up. That gets distributed fairly well. Okay. Let's get some of these output belts going, so I can see what is occupied and what is not. Pretty certain every single one of these spots is going to be occupied right now. What are you taking? Flour. Okay. Fine then. Distribute it that way. What are you again? Snacks. You get distributed this way. Alright, yeah, that's essentially every single one of those levels. Occupied by a belt. Which makes things a little complicated for our compost situation. I think we can still deal with that. I think in general, we will just run it underneath these liquid pipes. Most of the time we can run a lift kind of in between everything here. I can split off the compost there. And on this side of things, we'll actually probably lift it sooner. Because it makes things a little bit more simple. Alright, there's compost ran. Again, we still need sulfur and limestone, and then salt and plastic. Water still needs to be ran for these. Which, actually, that's not super great how we have this set up, is it? I mean, it's fine. We can just extend it out over this way. Gotta extend this belt though, so that way it'll go over like I want it to. There we go. Alright, there's water distributed. Now, we still need a tofu bucket, cake processing, whole different fucking deal. God, that's actually going to be a nightmare to get some of that shit out, but fine. I need to pause. This guy's pulling in shit, honestly. Need these guys dumping more material. Just to be fair, I suppose they actually are. They are actually dumping a fair amount. But I want more coming from up top here if possible. Oh, maybe it's just not reachable. Okay. Don't actually have a great solution for that. We'll just keep dumping it down that way. You should definitely have a location to take this shit, though. You the ones assigned here? Yes. Okay. Where are you going? Nowhere. You have dumping zones. Is it because I have export routes on it? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Hopefully that works at least a little better. How are we doing on bridge construction? We are getting there. Best way to describe it. Nearly maxed out on Unity though, so I'm just gonna fast complete that portion. And we only got a bit of concrete left on the second half. So that should be done fairly quickly. What I have also just realized is how much in the way all of this shit is going to be if I want to do anything road-wise or train-wise off of this bridge. And that is not ideal. Put it lightly. So I think once I get this more finalized, I'm gonna probably take all of it and shuffle it over to the right. By all of it, I mean the processing portion. Maybe the farms a little bit too. That way we can leave a nice open avenue right down the center. Yeah. What do I want to do here? Realistically, it would make sense for me to do the sausage immediately after here. So I can just pull from the same flower belt there. Alright. Sausage is going next. We'll actually butt it up against and have the sausages get inputted on the other side. Okay, and let's actually line that up, at least for that one. Right. Salt will be coming in from the outside, so that's fine. The meat trimmings, how we're getting that in there, that is gonna be a good question. And it's going to be decided later. The belt underneath, so we will just run the sausages right through here. Piece of cake. Meat trimmings itself. You are, as a result of processing the chicken carcasses, water and salt. So realistically, I might as well have the meat right next to it. It's essentially going to happen at the same time. Cake. Now Kate is going to take a mixture of flour, sugar, cooking oil, eggs, and fruit. I think we do Kate entirely separate. Or down in that sort of region. We just don't even worry about it right now. Meat and the eggs can go right there. Tofu. Tofu's being produced here. Shipped that way. Honestly, I think we actually just put the bucket right here. Perfectly in between the fruit and veggies, so we have room to get them out and do things with them. Otherwise, the tofu belt is right here. But that's the second one up. Can actually be chopped out, which does give us a belt to work with when it comes to the meat trimmings. So that should not be too bad. Fruit, and then veggies. I actually can just do another large one. Just don't have the space over here on the fruit side of things, but fine. Gotta run these belts across. We have access to these for export. Okay. Now I need to do the same for potatoes and corn. Is not in a great position to be done. Also trying to bread. You know, actually, I think I'm just going to move the shit out of my way. And I want to move all of the processing away from the storages. Going to be a nightmare to keep straight here, but fine. Actually, maybe we can... Keeping those lined up. Kinda, yeah. I don't know how far I necessarily want it, but I want it away. That much I know. Because I want the ability for trucks to just be able to come in here and grab shit. Export, export. Cooking oil, maybe even export. Vegetable, export. Fruit, export. Bread, sausage, meat, and eggs. You are not going to be a thing anymore, neither are you two. Tofu situation honestly can remain. I might actually put it on the other side though. Something like that. Oh, okay. We're gonna need the ability to export most of this shit out as well. Now, I'm just kind of wondering if I want to do vehicle-like ramps. Or something else. The downside with the ramps is just how much they end up blocking off, but honestly, it's not too bad. Still leaves everything accessible. But still leave it some space as well. We can get lifts of material on out. Yeah, I guess symmetrical would be here, not... Would you do that, though? Okay. Horn needs an output there. Let's actually sample belts. See where we need the ramp. Sugarcane's already kind of weaving anyway, so do that one kind of wherever, I think. That's actually just a lot of space in general. If I do tofu on this side. Oh, we need a container for snacks too. Almost totally forgot about those. With that in mind, I think we do this on this side of the equation. Leave some room for navigating belts around the containers. Should be fine. Yep, there's tofu. Snacks are coming out right here on this level. There we go. Yep. All that lines up. You guys are making the bread. You can just feed through for bread. And you guys are making sausage. Feed through. Okay. Gives me at least some room for that. Cooking oil. Still needs some work. We'll reconnect that one up when we place it down, I think. Alright. All this comes out again. Connect. Beautiful. Now we're gonna move it all over as a unit in a minute, but go. For that whole section and that corner. All right, good to go. Water. The only additional pipe coming through here. Should work. Yeah. None of those production numbers are anywhere remotely correct. That's fine. Alright, let's now go ahead and cut all of that out. Put there. I think that's perfect. Yes. Cool. on there. As far as this pipe's concerned, honestly, that's kind of excessive. I can just do that. That opens up room for trucks to be able to drive around that corner. Alrighty. Now, let's go ahead and move these farms closer. Leave an extra tile that I can, though. Okay. I'm gonna presume that's gonna complain about farmable ground. Yep. That's fine. We still just need them digging a whole load of that mountain out anyways. So. Okay. Grinding to a halt or anything, are we? Kind of, to be honest. Pause those and pause that. Oh god, our limestone's kinda hurting right now. Not really noticing it because we're not using much concrete, but that is not a great situation. Let's see, actually, can I mine into, like, water? Now that I have these amphibious guys? That would be kind of cool. Looks like I can. We'll see how deep. On appliances because we're out of electronics. We are actually out of electronics. That's not good. That is just because we're not shipping the copper. Oh, I really don't want to run a copper belt all the way over there. Oh, that's gonna be very painful. Well, I kind of need to. There. Good God. That was spare slot through here, kind of, sort of. Direction I'm wanting to head with this. I can get here and above this. Placement though. I think I just kind of have to do it. Not really seeing any other choice. I could swing wide out this way, I suppose. Annoying, but yeah, actually not that bad either. Up. Bring it over this way. I totally did not line that up properly. That's great. Should be just fine. I'll run over the top of that. Perfect. And I can actually drop it down, run it along the steel. We should be good to fucking go. Absolute pain in the ass fucking belt to run, but we're almost done with it. Good God. Alright, no longer need to actually import that via truck, so that shouldn't be a problem from now on. Hopefully. We have loads of copper, at least for the moment. I don't know if that will sustain, but it's good enough for now. Let's build all of these bridges. First, we actually have successfully completed our bridge over towards the uranium area. So that's fucking cool. Go ahead and work on actually getting up to that region. Should be fine. Not enough unity. Well, that's annoying. Are we actually losing access to things because of that? No. I've just been using a fuck ton of it. That's fine. Alright, let's add back our amphibious trucks to the limestone. We're using to build the bridge. How big is this reservoir? Okay, cool. So we can get water pumps that are away from being in the way of the farm expansions. Destroy both those. Just realized how much that fucked up their pathfinding. Alright, as far as dumping, oh. Yeah, you're kind of actually just a problem. Up off here, and then just go down. That will be fine. Beautiful. How much iron do I have? Not running that low, but we'll get some more while I'm thinking about it. Might need some more housing expansion shortly. Once we get the new farming setup actually online, it's almost certain we're going to need that. So, might as well get the upgrades going now, I suppose. Just get both of those. Destroy both of those. Damn. We are really just out of truck capacity right now. Good God. Yeah, they are actually able to get fairly deep underwater too. Nice. You guys just need the animal feed and water. You will be slaughtering. Means I also am going to need a bucket of animal feed. Oh, what? There we go. Pasted that down and game just said nope. Or did I delete that? Yeah. And it's probably fairly likely we do a little bit of landfill down at the base here. Down like off the beach. And set up some water processing. Because... I don't know. Well, I guess I could just do it on this side. I should just do it on this side and pump it up the mountain. Still going to need some for the uranium situation, but eh. Should be fine still, regardless. Oh, you guys are... You finished all your dumping? Yes. Let's expand you. Fill in all this area as well. Realistically, you're probably going to be filling in much more of that, but that will be fine for now. Right, that is all done. Nice and easy. That up to everything right now. Just up to everything. And unpause these bolts. Sand going in there again because trucks haven't been wanting to fucking deliver that in ages. Where are you guys stuck? Because you can't actually fuel these guys. Gotcha. You have a single fuel depot here. Let's attach one of your amphibious trucks. Attach the regular truck and put an amphibious on it. That should be fine. Check our world map, see how we're doing. Still 300 years on the coal, 218 on that oil. Where was... I have a limestone quarry here. I'd like to actually get the repairs going on that. Sulfur mine there. Another oil rig. Uranium mine, bauxite. The other uranium, because that says uranium 2. The coal we're already working. Maybe it's here. We just don't have access to it yet. Limestone quarry, quartz. More quartz. Okay. Now, where was it? Uranium. Here we go. Okay. Let's start repairs. Towards both the limestone and the uranium mine. We can get that going. What's happening here? You guys interfering with each other? I think you are. You had to come back to fill in that tiny little spot, huh? Great job, Crane. Great job. Not idiotic at all. Ship delivered to the limestone. Cool. It's already on its way back. Should honestly start repairs on that cargo ship as well. And this one. Okay. Get those kind of ready to go as well. Uranium is ready to go. As soon as we actually dock, we'll set off for that. And we'll start loading for the next. What are you... Oh, god damn it, that's right. You can't actually access that fuel station. That's right, I remember actually trying to do that before. That doesn't work. Also, I don't care then. Allow any vehicle to refuel here. And they'll probably mostly use that diesel fuel tank here. Anyways, or up here, to be honest. Actually, up here is where I should do that. Give this an export route. There. Yeah. But for that, ship is not automatically coming home. Come on home, please. Limestone. You're good to just sit on pause. Uranium. Likewise. Don't care, chicken farm. Red, you're honestly actually fine for right now. Oh. Can't wait to get rid of these greenhouses and be able to expand our town. That's gonna help a lot. Primarily with just having more room for food. Get this composting setup out of here too, to be honest. How much water are we using now? 151.6 is coming back. We're still within margins for a single half of this treatment plant. That's good. Are we backing up on waste? Doesn't look like we are, but our waste incinerator is at 100% efficiency currently. Alright, well, I have a notification on that if it does anyways, so we should be fine for the time being. You are full up on dirt. That's great. Not sure why that's not wanting to copy and paste. Slightly annoying. Okay, just keep on clearing out this area. Rock, you are not being exported anywhere. Why? We simply just don't have enough space for it. Well, that makes sense. Sure. That works, I suppose. Come on, trucks. Just need to get this shit fucking excavated faster. How's that upgrade chain going, by the way? Still slowly coming along. Alright, let me do a quick save. Go. For the most part, we are currently stuck waiting for these trucks to do some excavation. Need them to clear out this, and we're gonna dig another layer, replace it with some dirt. And we can expand the farms and set this shit up properly. While that does that, I'm gonna leave you guys just orbiting for a minute, and we'll take a quick break. Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. Still not done. God damn, you guys are slow. Just because you're out of space for rock, I know, but... Where are you taking that? What the fuck? Why are we delivering rock to the shipyard? Hello? Also, our ship can come on back home. What is actually happening here? We actually have a load of trucks unassigned. Assigned only. Oh, that's why. That would do it. Okay. I'd realized that before I left. Let's actually extend you out to 30 segments. Maybe even a touch more, actually. Maybe 32. And same for you. All that built. Crystallization. Got that unlocked, and rocket assembly. Fun, along with microchip shit. Beautiful. Alright. Well, at least that's progressing. We are on to our last tech, so I think we'll go ahead and start queuing up some more infinite pollution reduction. And out of Unity, but that's fine. Also forgot to do that. There we go. Walked back over. Reinforced surface. You are still just a single in concrete. I don't think I've seen you before, so I might have to take a look at that. Low supply of diesel. Hello? Why the hell are we hurting on diesel all of a sudden? We haven't done anything to increase our consumption. Hello? Hopefully that was just kind of like a fluke situation. I don't know what that would have caused, I guess. Fun. 1.9. 0.91. I mean, 4.3. Technically speaking, we are increasing our diesel consumption via vehicles. See here, fuel. Production total. Yeah. Routinely spiking well above. And ship I don't care about. Alright, hopefully that can at least still just hold on for the moment. I really don't feel like dealing with that. Does not look like it's going to, though. Okay. Well. Let's drop that down. We can put that on. And drop our health. Hopefully our health can just kind of sustain itself. We'll see. Okay, you guys are still going to be doing work. Something like that. Then we can fill in dirt over the top. Should not be too difficult at all. Speaking of which, our dirt tower, you can edit your region. Be over here. Bedroom farm, I do not care. Diesel hopefully recovers. Limestone is low supply. And you guys are actually kind of out of area. Okay. Doesn't look like you can actually dig that low. I'm gonna go with the assumption that -5 is the lowest that the amphibious guys can drill. We can see how that goes. Something like that. Hopefully we can keep getting some limestone from that for a good minute still. You are struggling to find your way. What the fuck have you guys done? Absolutely horrendous digging job here, you guys, but that's fine. It'll sort itself out. Should, anyways. Maybe. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but... I've got at least this side down good, so... I at least have one entrance and exit. Oh, good God. That's funny. let's go ahead and technically downgrade a couple of these mega excavators into regular excavators. I'm gonna do 4 of them. And it's gonna be from the work tower. Yeah. Reason being is so that way they can be assigned to the uranium mine and start working in that direction. Are these guys both assigned here? Yes. Okay. Let me take these tree harvesters. Or are they already doing it? Well, they're already actually heading out that way. Let's go. What? Sure, you can figure it out, truck. Fine. Alright, that shit chopped down. Fine. Can you please just, like, mine that section? Okay. That's very annoying. It just mined right here. This process would be so much easier. Oh well. Still low supply of diesel. You're actually still going further down. That's so fucking bad. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Okay, well. Fine. Slowly get these guys shifted over. In terms of export, I guess for now it can just go here. But we do need a new ore sorter over on this mountainside. Where do I want that, to be honest? Honestly, it doesn't need to be one of the big ones. It can just be one of these small guys. Copper, we're actually probably sorting out from the beach anyways. I don't think I really want to deal with mining that from above. Yeah. But we'll just do that. No mining areas in your designation. You guys actually finished? Technically, yes. How surprising. Go ahead and dump all the way across here. Like that. Our general work tower temporarily going to be moved back down over here. Right, or do I want them to continue working up here? I mean, they could. Alright, fuck it. Let's keep them up here. I need to keep it separated from where I'm doing the dirt. We'll set them up here. Then I want them to level off all of this mountain up section. There. That'll work. And dirt. Oh god, yeah, that is an army of trucks carrying dirt. Oh, that's actually really funny. Space station researched. Let's go on to infinite pollution tech for the time being. We get microchips and things going. I should just change my work tower to allow dirt only. And then I don't even really need to worry about this shit. Dirt tower can just go there. And work tower can expand over the whole bit. There we go. You going to get your upgrade. Perfect. Done. Turn you off there and put you on here. And get ready to do the same thing to another excavator here. There we go, and there we go. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, no, we definitely cannot sustain the lack of health. That is a big problem. We got severe flu, obviously. That's mostly causing that, but we still can't allow that to fly. Goods and appliances are actually fairly well stocked. How much bonus? 2.8, 2.8. I give, let's say, goods. Consumption increased by 20%, unity given by 15%. Now that's 322 instead of 2.8. It's at least an increase. That's fine. Something else we really do need to look into is starting to make our offices. But God, that requires so many people. This doesn't actually need to be next to the city, does it? No. I've always done it next to the city, but it doesn't need to be. Okay. That's fine then. Diesel is kind of just barely maintaining. Oh, that is riding a dangerous fucking line. Was already, I'm ahead to bed. Sounds good, man. What time is it anyways? 10:17? I'm kind of shocked to see you still in here. What have you been up to the last few hours? Almost done with the dirt leveling, at least. That's fucking nice. Elattra. Oh, you definitely have an addiction to that shit. That's for damn sure. That is fucking funny. Left anything, please. Pizza full. Alright, but yeah. Have a good night, man. See you tomorrow. Fuck, okay. If you're gonna be on early, I'll have to figure out, because the Rivals update launches tonight, right? It's not like 6 p.m. tomorrow, right? Ditchin', let's talk about your Factorio. Okay. Look. If you keep it up, you're gonna be at my Factorio hours. So, just saying. Oh, good job. But yeah, the Rivals update launches tonight, right? So that should be available immediately tomorrow. Have to figure out when we want to check that out. Oh. Should be a good day regardless. Why are you struggling? And why are you even scheduled here? Because I haven't reassigned you. There we go. Alright. Much better. You guys are taking forever, but that's fine. Assign a couple more trucks for right now. Yep, so I'll catch you tomorrow. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Oh, hey, Nova, you're still here. I think I got you. Hold on. Industrial. Nova. Yeah, I got you on here. You're actually one of our heavy hauls. Nice. 60,000 cargo, 625. Nice. Alright. I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget you. Oh, cool. Yeah. Make sure to get everyone in here. Well, you can have stats and whatnot, so anytime you want, if you want to, you know, see your stats on your vehicle, you can pull that up and take a look. There's been a lot of upgrades and swaps of shit recently, so unfortunately those stats don't, like, carry over. But as we keep progressing here, that should get a bit more stable. Slowly whittling through our sand supply. And by slowly, I do mean fucking slowly. But that's fine. Now all that, I guess they don't need a ramp all the way down here. They just need this little bit here. Realistically, I can actually just level that out there. And level this out here, huh? Get out of here, bots. Said this fucking few times, but like, dear God. Come back to streaming after 12 years, and bot situation is exactly as I left it. You would have thought that, you know, Twitch would get their shit together in that time frame, but here we are. Alright, you are going to be uranium, rock, and dirt. Well, actually, maybe I do care about those. Technically, copper is also a possibility, but that's fine. Hey, you guys actually finished. Let's fucking go. Just start digging into the fucking hillside here, I guess. Actually, immediately take it down. God damn, this is... That's funny. Height level of 0. Except it's actually 100. But the game's not meant to normally go up to that value, so it doesn't display it properly. That's funny. Alright, cool. I think most of the uranium is actually fairly surface level here, so we probably don't need to go that deep. But should be fine still. In terms of storage, I don't honestly need that much just raw material, to be honest, out of this. But I guess there's no real reason not to have a larger storage for it. Run into some terrain problems there, so gotta back that up a little bit. Rock, uranium. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Keep you for the minute. Export route. You gotta go here. These other ones have import routes. Kind of, yes. Realistically, this needs to be set up for the other buckets as well. Something akin to that. And this one as well. should help with things. Dirt also needs an export. Needs to be exported there. You can reset up the dirt situation. And get all that built. Don't think we'll run into any copper, at least for the hot minute, so that should be fine. Oh. And you can now export here instead of the other order. Don't auto assign. And accept assigned only. Okay. We have mined our first little bits of uranium. Let's go. You no longer need this many trucks. Probably honestly don't even need that many excavators. Alright. Farms. Paste them over. Oh, come on. Go where you need to go, conveyor belt. There we are. Okay. Now, in terms of things, I need potatoes, corn, wheat. Soybeans. Sugarcane. Veggies. Fruit. And canola. Need 8 things growing. I have 8 farms. Oh. Oh, fuck. Probably need a little bit more capacity than what that's able to offer me, though, to be honest. I say we should probably try and balance the fertility consumption amounts too. Like soybeans and sugarcane should probably be balanced with like fruit and canola. Yeah, alright, so let's have a soybean and fruit with empty. The 3.3 and 12. Okay. Then we'll have a sugarcane and canola. It is 29.754. That seems like a lot of sugarcane. Probably way more sugarcane than we ever possibly need. But at least can be made into fuel, yes, so not too concerned if we end up going over. Alright, there's those. Now we've got 15%. 13, 13, 13. Okay. So don't really care on the other ones. We'll just do like potato, corn. And then a wheat. Oh. And veggie. That's the 2, 4, 6, 8. And then we almost certainly need more potatoes and more corn. Definitely more wheat. Definitely more veggies. Let's actually limit our potatoes. How much potatoes are we actually requesting right now? 56 per minute. Right now, we're to look at setup. It is 15 and 15. So we definitely need more potatoes. Okay. More potatoes and probably more corn. Because again, we're going to start consuming corn. And then corn's going to be our snack production as well. Along with something else. What else were we using corn for? Oh, corn mash for ethanol, but that's later. You need to be a leveling designation, apparently. Along with all that. You are giving me issues. Fuck off. More potatoes and veggies. How many veggies are we actually consuming? 113 a minute. We are not producing that many veggies, are we? No, we're not. Are we losing veggies right now? Oh, we are. We are actually negative in vegetables. It's just taken us a while to, like, notice or feel the impact of that. Okay, that could be a problem. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine at all. Okay. Oh, good God. And this shit is going to consume so much water. It's alright. We'll figure it out. We can probably start laying some of those pipes. I was gonna take from the top water for this section, so we can actually cut this one off here. I'm just gonna do the full large pipes for all of this. I don't actually care. Okay. Fertilizer. Drop that down. You guys are currently stuck. Fix that. Supposed to be leveling that section off, but for whatever reason they're choosing not to. Only mildly annoying. Flip and rotate. There we go. Water pipe is going to continue. Right into there. So that should be fine. I think I want to restructure how we're actually getting this water. I have it a little bit further back. Be well above this line, to be honest. Honestly, going all the way up here is probably fine. Let's actually save vertical space and do that instead. Okay. You are going to be a water tank. Water tank, water tank, water tank. Except I'm actually going to destroy that one because that's not flattened out over there. I want to have plenty of fucking storage. That way we really know when we're running into a water problem. Again, 4 pumps actually running at full speed should drain this reservoir. So, I don't think we need to worry about that. 48, that's still under 200 water per minute. So, we're just gonna run that back and around and hook that into that tank. And then it will be... just one large pipe, I think. Well, yeah. Let's run both. Fuck it. Okay. And then we'll have all kinds of fucking rain collectors in here too, at least for the moment, just to kind of satisfy things as it were. You making enough saplings? Technically, yes, but that is actually with it consuming water. I'm gonna go ahead and just make another basic fucking farm. Just put it here. Just to do seeds and yeah, just nothing but seeds. .5. I actually want the 18 per minute instead. See how that runs. Yeah, we are running out of food. Damn. To be fair, we have added, like, what, a few thousand fucking people? Yeah, almost 1,000 people to our population relatively quickly. Which is not the greatest thing in the world. Saplings, isn't it? Not seeds. There we go. Alright, I'm going to destroy this, destroy that. We're gonna try this situation again with the exporting of saplings. No export, no export, no import, only export. Okay, you are going to import from you. Have full request. Find only. Import from anywhere, export to there. That should be fine. Okay. Delete all of this shit. And let's build all of this. Why are these not built? Oh, that's right. You can't build them with Unity. Yeah. These aren't notifying me about the reservoir, right? Cool. Ah, fuck. Got something in my eye all of a sudden. Ugh. Good God. Okay. Okay. This eye is not fucking fixing itself. Let me fucking orbit us just for a brief minute. All right. We're back. Got my fucking eye cleaned out. Don't know what the fuck happened there. I fucking sat back down at my desk and went to take a drink before coming back. And immediately spilled my fucking water all over the fucking place. So that was great. What was happening in the meantime? Food. Ore sorting plant blocked. I am not totally surprised. There we go. Now you're exporting. All right. Slowly making progress here. You guys are pumping water. You're probably hurting. Actually, not too bad. Oh, you know what? That's why we're hurting on food right now. I forgot I disabled our farming boost. Save on Unity. Let's get that going again. That is kind of just a good thing to have there. At least to the level 1. No compatible sorting plant. You definitely do. Okay. I presume it's because it's full. Oh, good God. Slowly, we're getting this in order at least. Let's try and plan a little bit ahead. Get ourselves a ramp. Where should it go? I don't fucking know. Just run it here, but then just beyond the trees. Sure. Get that built. We can go ahead and run pipes or just storages. I do more water storage. Just have a whole wall of it. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. That way those reservoirs can have just some additional storage capacity, essentially. Alright. You are, for now, just going to come straight over. Give it just a little bit of room. This one's actually our far water pipe, now that I think about it. Which means I need more ramps. Right now, these are the farms. As we expand, we will probably just put in more ramps further back. That is okay. Where are you actually? On that line and 3 tiles away from the pipe. Alright. 3 tiles away from the pipe and on that line. There you go. Build you, build you. I don't know why I actually built that one. Water pipes are coming this way. Sure. Well, we'll run with it. Maybe the fertilizer pipe can come up over that way. Water pipe. Straight through there. Get through there. And bring you down through here. And I'm just gonna keep it on the ground because it's fucking easy. Alright, there's our bottom water pipe. And our top one. For right now, is going to end up kind of looking a little ugly. Until we do some more terrain terraforming. That's fine. Okay, water distributed. Again, fertilizer is kind of gonna be an issue right now. Technically, our nearest pipe for it is all the way down here. That's gonna be fun. We honestly might set up just a truck to ship fertilizer back and forth just temporarily. Which, with that in mind, I'm just going to set up little bits of fertilizer storage. Right now it's fertilizer 1, fertilizer 2. What do you actually need again? It would be better for us to be using this shit. It's just more limestone and sulfur. Technically, we don't have the sulfur production to sustain that right now, and limestone's questionable until we set up our dock. So we'll just keep running with fertilizer 1 for now. Definitely want to get that changed, though. I want all of these designations fucking gone. These are an absolute eyesore. Get the fuck out of here. Nice. I don't need 2 separate fucking pipes for this shit. Let's do that. And we'll just keep it on that level from there. Connect her up. And we'll be good to go. You are going to request fertilizer. Okay. You are already requesting. You allow export, and you allow export. I actually don't need these diesel gens anymore. Like, at all. Let's just get rid of them. That should be fine now. Yep. Alright, and we can access both of those tanks now. Let's go. Okay. You build. Build all these pipes. Not quite ready to do a lot of the other shit, but we can at least get the pipe work in. And we have plenty of construction materials. Get all those containers built. Reservoir is draining, but that's fine. I'm gonna reset my headphones. I'm doing a very weird popping noise. Okay, hopefully that helped. We'll see. You guys have to tell me if there's any audio issues on that side of things. Shouldn't be, though. I think it's just my headphones trying to acting up. Alright. Belts across there. All of this realistically should be good to go. And we have some other products we still need to feed in here. Actually get everything going. That's fine. Okay. Eggs. Are you? Yes, eggs are in overflow. So is meat trimmings. Meat trimmings, I don't actually have an overflow for that in the traditional sense. Should I? I guess we're gonna have to. That really all falls in wherever I end up doing these chickens. That's more of a thing for over there. Our digestion and overflow just in general needs to come down here. Realistically, this ore sorting plant is not staying. So that's gonna be gone. I don't know what else I'm gonna even do with this area here. Might honestly eventually landfill this up to the higher elevation. Just have more space up top. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, to be honest. Okay. Got some water going. That is nowhere near enough water to sustain, like, any of this, though. So that part's gonna be fun. I put a rain collector there. Yeah. Land's definitely not straight, but it's fine. Level 3, actually. I should be able to copy and paste this as a little module. Cool. Those all built. I don't know why this is taking so long for the trucks to build this fucking water pump. Really annoying. Naz, why is your truck stuck? Because they can't actually access to build it right now. That's really annoying. Alright. Destroy that pipe, then they should be able to. They're just completely backed up on rock right now. Slowly stockpiling fertilizer though, so we're good there. Finally got the water pump. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and actually destroy this whole section. I can get more of this setup installed and ready to go. And that's going to do it for those. Alright. Space to do another one quite easily. Just gotta do a little bit of terraforming, but that's fine. And we'll still probably need to do some desalination down here, but that's fine. God, we're just totally backed up on rock. We cannot process it anywhere near fast enough. Good God. I need to think where I would want actually do that. You. Oh, motherfucker. I did not think about that. Yeah, totally. You can still dig down to the -5, and you only need a small little bit of slope for the amphibious vehicles to get on and off the shore. But if you just drop it off, that's not how terrain works. Those are going to collapse, and then they're not going to be able to get up. Ugh. This is what happens when I make decisions when I'm not thinking straight or I'm tired. Especially not even go that far. I'll be fine. Good God. All the rest of it's fine. I'm gonna presume all of you are going to need resets. No? I mean, yeah. You're not complaining about it in the same way, but you need it. Oh, wonderful. And now we've actually dug out too much of this path. I just dig them out an area to access that from somewhere else. We could just do that real quick and add that to the tower. There you go. In theory, that works. Looks like it does. Alright, hopefully that'll fix our mistake there. All those trees have been cut down, so we're good to go there. 6,000 uranium ready to go. That'll be fun. I suppose we could start looking at that situation too, in terms of nuclear power. Why am I hurting so bad on Unity though? What the fuck is happening? All of our bonuses are there. Got our health bonus. The additional edicts. Oh, our population growth is fucking in effect. Fine. We actually probably slow that down to like a 0.6 or even a 0.4 would probably sustain just fine. Reduce how much our trucks carry. As much as that does kind of fucking hurt. It'll be fine in the long run. Get rid of that bucket. Diesel's at least recovered, so that's nice. Not having a fucking diesel scare again. At least for now. And general work crew is just about done flattening that portion of the mountain. It's also nice. Okay, all of our waste products here. So, flat pack, we're only waste producting fruit and veggies and technically eggs. Veggies, we're just feeding to the composter. Fruit, we are also just feeding to the composter. Okay. Eggs, same deal. Okay. So, at least when it comes to the flat pack items, we are good to go. Nice and easy. I'm going to lower this down though. Okay. That's going to be on a separate belt than what's coming over here. I want to keep that open for future things, I suppose. Connector and belts. And connected. So all of flat pack is going to compost. That's easy. Now, the loose items, that's a little less easy. I really want everything. Okay. Loose items need to be sorted, essentially. Again. Because... And I'm just gonna actually run that belt down here. Actually play with it and see what the fuck is happening. These pipes will remain free on this level, so that will be just fine. We can do that. Run that belt into there. You trucks are really fucking noisy, you know that? Let's just speed this up so it finishes this. You got one little spot still. What are you guys doing? Come on. There you go. Okay. Let's actually do the landfilling for the water situation. It's probably not a bad idea. Landfilling, I mean terraforming. Yeah, lots of potential room there. Also, I'm kind of done using this ore sorter. You... Okay. Don't export to that anymore. You can just get paused. Work tower, edit area, new area over here. Yeah. So they will head over there and start deconstructing all that shit. Eventually this will get drained. Actually need to unpause, don't I? Yeah. I'm going to take off the designated trucks here. Those can just go do other things. What? I don't know. But other things. Vehicle pollution. Queue you up again. Okay. So, in terms of filtering things, the best possible things to make animal feed out of is going to be soybean, then wheat. So we're going to do soybean. I guess we could actually have that filter off just all of it. And we can deal with the rest later. Fuck it. Soybean, then wheat, then what? Corn, then potatoes. Yeah. Okay, so that sorts all of those products off, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. But then we also have sugarcane and canola. Canola is actually very easy to deal with, because if it overflows, we just burn it. Ideally, we don't overflow any of it, but it's not how these things tend to go. That's fine. Let's get a waste, solid, burner, and canola. 36 canola per minute. Right now, we are only making a potential 6.3. So even just having one of these should be plenty. We will have it set up for potentially more, though. Do that, straight into another connector, and there's canola. Now the only thing that is being spat further out is sugarcane, and that just needs to be composted. Okay, that's fine. So... now that all that's coming out, this belt's going to continue onwards. Yeah. All right. So we will have lift, bring that down to ground level. I don't see ourselves ever needing this second fucking thing for animal feed. But we'll set it up just in case. That lift is going to get priority out. So all of the shit that can be turned into animal feed, if it's coming down here, it'll get dumped into here, into the things. Priority, we're going to set it up with the soybean, wheat, corn, potatoes. So that way, in theory, the machines themselves should manage the priority there. That's at least the hope. Animal feed belt is coming this way. We're gonna have meat trimmings coming down this way. Yeah, we're just gonna need another one of these guys. I think we need a big one though. Just one of these, but a place like here should be fine. A little bit more cobblestone. Get that built. Looks like food supply is still going down. Just very, very slowly. It recovered a month, and now it's back down a month, so... I don't know how well that's going to go, but we'll see. In terms of this shit, I want to prioritize everything that is producing more fuel gas. Realistically, any sort of prioritization here should not actually matter. But there we go. Okay. You guys. You are carrying down underneath the pipes, right? Yep. So, if I come over here, you lift right there. I think you guys are actually that height level, right? Yes. Okay, so that carries through like so. Flat is going to be just underneath. Wait, what? Oh my god, I just realized, why did that get lifted up? Oh, now my OCD's gonna drive me crazy on that. Okay. I'm gonna fix that real quick. That is going to drive me insane. Alright. Flat belt's at least fine. Go. Collision with... Oh. It's fine. We can just back that up. Don't do that. Alright, much better. OCD fucking crisis averted. Good God. We'll actually just keep it like this. Make our lives a lot easier, actually. We just run a belt along here just preemptively. Then the lifts will just kind of auto-connect. There we go. Pause those extended belts. In theory, everything gets handled by those digesters. If things start backing up, then we just need more of them. Leaves a little bit of room for additional animal feed if it really comes to it, but I don't see that happening. Animal feed buckets would be convenient to have here. We're also going to be exporting some other products. We can curve them around the budget. That's fine. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Alright, notify me if this is ever empty. Although, actually, I'm going to have the chickens over here. So... I just have the bucket over here. No reason not to, right? Then we could even lift the animal feed up. And run it right along the remaining space here. Works for me. Space-wise, technically we can't fit a total of 4 of these without some work. With some work we could. Yeah. But like I said, I don't even think we're gonna need 2 for quite some time. That will be fine. It's always the pain in the ass with food setups. I always find it hard to build it in pieces. Like I have to build all of it all at once, or I don't build any of it ever. All of that can get destroyed. And thank you. That will free up some space. How are we doing on the terraforming? Actually quite well. Nice. Invalid route. I want you destroyed. I don't care about any routes you may have. Alright, when it comes to chicken, real convenient to just have them all right smack here, but it removes a lot of expansion room for that sort of shit. Do kind of sections, vertical slices, if you were. Wouldn't be too bad. And that could still leave quite a bit of room in reserve for that. Alright, let's do that. Water. One back for that. We're doing more because the animal feed. No, we can drop the animal feed down to the ground, so that shouldn't be a problem. Space it away by one, though, at least. Okay, this setup is definitely not going to be a thing anymore. Yeah, like, immediately is not going to be a thing, as far as that ramp is concerned. Actually, I think I want to just keep these setups like this. Then 5 apart. Yep, that way the belts can just connect. Nice and simple that way. Water just comes over and drops in. Same deal here. Over and in. Yeah. And clean. As far as the animal feed is concerned, should be able to just go right here and up and up. That should be just fine. All those belts over and over. Come on. Not where I need you. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna need to move this fertilizer tank at some point. But even just the 4 farms for chickens will be a start for us. You know, I'm gonna slightly change this, however. I'm gonna pull this lift back by a tile. This way we have room. What the? What? No, damn. We'll have room to run belts on that outer tile, which is what we'll use for the exports of chicken and egg carcasses. Or egg and chicken carcasses. Oh, God. Alright, but if we are doing that, that does kind of leave us with a problem on this end. Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and actually account for that. As kind of annoying as it's going to be in terms of setup, I think it will be better, so. just, again, give us that space to maneuver and work things. Alright, and what we'll do is actually just start with one and expand as necessary. Have the second one there for when we do those outputs, though. Alright, that just makes sense to do chicken carcasses, as the first one's on the ground. And then we'll be following that up with the eggs. Carry that on the ground quite some time. Then probably not until after this will I raise it up. I'll raise it up to a height level of 4. Although actually, wait. That would imply I'm going to do the chicken carcasses on this side of things, though, and I'm not sure if I want to do that. Chicken carcass. You... wait a minute. Okay, so if I need more meat trimmings, like specifically for sausage, I can convert the whole stack into mostly meat trimmings if I don't need the meat. Okay. A little bit of a process, though. Overall, it's going to output meat and meat trimmings both. Height level 4, technically... actually have height level 3 free and 5. So, okay, we can do the carcasses before we ship it over. That's what I kind of wanted to do anyways, so that works out. Although, we already have the water over here. We're gonna have salt over here. The only thing really, quote-unquote, preventing me from doing that is I don't have a belt lane for it, but we can adjust and make that happen. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Does get a little messy down here for a second. Okay. Gets that done, then meat. It gets brought down through there. Okay. So no, we continue to do this on this side. Doesn't really change anything. Either way, we're going to have to kind of whittle this around. That's fine. Meat trimmings need to come out from here and purely go towards producing sausage and or being composted. You're already in here? Yes. Okay, so we can just batch feed it onto that belt. And that should be fine. Okay. Let's break some water away. Actually, get at least 2 of these going as well. Level 2 pipes. Feed that in. How we want to feed the carcasses over is probably underneath that bridge. I mean, realistically, I could bring it down through here as well. Actually, really would not be that bad. Okay, right now we have carcasses on this height level 4. That's coming along. Eggs. All the way up to a height level 5. Where you're going to come here, and we're just going to change this lift out. Beautiful. Let's go. What's the eggs? Carcasses can follow basically an identical track. Well, here. Yeah, and that works. Okay. Technically, there's overflow for carcasses in terms of burning them. I just want to always be processing them. There should be no reason that this ever backs up. That's a lack of water or salt, and if I'm running out of those things, I've got other problems. So, should be okay. That is the meat out. Meat trimmings just honestly needs to be ran back by a stage. What are these other belts anyways? The loose belts coming from here. That's sugar on the bottom, and the top, that's our animal feed belt, isn't it? Yes. Which is something I kind of forgot about. But does need to go in here. We need to prioritize the animal feed from all of this bullshit. We also have this belt. What is this? This is compost, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Kind of forgot. I have to do this for the water situation. Run that over, then we can run our pipe of water. Yep. Sugar should get dropped off at some point earlier than now, so should be able to just block off this lane at this point. Okay. Go ahead and set that up like that, and then drop it in. That is our priority. Okay, and lots of salt production is going to be necessary. That's fine, we will figure that out. Meat trimmings. You are just for sausages, right? Yeah. I wish I could have a bit of like a circuit control. Like in Factorio. If we don't have enough meat trimmings, then to route the chicken carcasses to the other form of processing. How? Yeah, actually, legitimately, how would you do that? I guess, okay. It kind of hurts up front. Sausage production. That's you, right? Yeah. So it hurts up front, but you probably actually route all of your chicken carcasses through the alternative first. And then when the meat trimmings back up, then you can go through the meat section. And also take in priority of fresh meat trimmings from meat. Okay. So I actually probably want to back that up one because I don't want these to combine. I'm just gonna do this. That connect? Yes. This didn't look like it. There we go. Alright, so we take priority in of those meat trimmings. However, where the chicken carcasses are coming in from is over here. Actually need to set up a priority balancer here. And primarily send them over to this side first. That is annoying. We're just gonna do that instead. Okay. So chicken carcasses come in, they go over, get made into meat trimmings primarily. That gets shipped out. Which means actually I want this to be one higher. Okay. Those get shipped out and over to sausage production. The second those meat trimmings back up on the belt, that'll back up. This will stop accepting things. Chicken carcasses will back up, flow out this way. That'll start getting us meat. Meat trimmings from here. Take priority. So if that's able to sustain, that should be good. Okay. Kind of fucking complicated, but should be good. Ooh. Wait, that's another point though. How do I... If I chain these together, there's not really a good way for me to prioritize the belts. So maybe actually the balancer's only at the front. Takes priority in from both of those sides. Yeah. Okay. I think that fucking works. Hopefully. I'm gonna take one of you. That's gonna be the height level that I serve the meat trimmings. You are going to come around. Get dumped right on in there. That is perfect. Okay. I just gotta sort out a fuck ton of salt. Bread's fine with flour. I just gotta actually get the water pipes built. Even more salt. Cooking oil should be solved for. Needs to ship up plastic, sulfur, and limestone. Okay. Should be good to go on all of that. The only things unsolved for is sugar, because that's going for Kate. What else is sugar used for? That's right, antibiotics and ethanol. Both later items. I'm okay with just composting spare sugarcane in the meantime, so we can leave that alone. Also, don't really care about setting up cake production right this second. So that can just sit there. The compost belt does kind of need to be dealt with. And currently, how I'm going to deal with that is a very simple mechanism called a fucking bucket. Because I don't feel like dealing with it. Trying to leave at least some space, though, for things. Yeah. Compost. Allow export. Plan for more, potentially. Try and extract if it gets too full. Notify if it does get full. Actually, I don't need notification on you. Okay. Compost belt. Of course, that gets right in the way. Fine. Just gonna actually end it there. And siphon it off that way. There's our compost. Okay. Good fucking god. I think I want to tear my hair out after that one. Again, we still need supply of a couple things. Sugar. I wanted a bucket of it for some fucking reason. I need a bucket of it? Not really. Kind of have spare space here though. I might actually just put it over here. I might reroute that belt a little bit. Not really like an amazing place to reroute this. But I do want to reroute it. Yeah, hold on. Get eyes on the belt that I'm actually looking at, please. You. Yeah, that works. Fuck, what height level was it again? No, this should be sugarcane. That should be the sugarcane production. That is the belt that I'm looking at. One more. Right, sure, yes. Cool. Back that over and back. Cool. Let's go ahead and destroy the rest of that belt. Alright, now just limestone, sulfur, and plastic. Leave these things alone. Salt production is going to be a fucking deal. Again, like, I'll say I could ship up 900 brine per minute in a single Mark IV pipe. But even 900 divided by 96. Oh, it'd be, yeah, be the 9.38 times 12. I'm like, what? That number does not look correct at all. Okay, yeah, even a full Mark IV pipe is only 112 salt a minute. So I think it would be better to just ship the salt up here instead of trying to ship the brine up here to be processed. Yeah. So that means I actually want a bucket of salt. Get rid of you. Okay, you stay in the corner. Plastic is just used for snacks. Sulfur and limestone is for tofu. Salt is for a lot of shit. That's fine. Okay, what is going to be the best height for me to bring salt in at? Here. Because of the water pipe situation. I could... Oh, it's actually a cooking oil pipe. I could move that over, though. There's no reason for that to be there yet. Oh, I'm moving that. Can I just... that. And move that. Fluid connector. You, and you. Cool. And just a bit of pipe to connect the gap. Alright. Now, I can't... Well, technically I can do 5, actually. So, just not 4. Okay. 4 is eliminated. Here, 1, 2 is eliminated. 3 and 4, 5 is eliminated. So 5, 4, and 2 are eliminated. So we have 3 and 1. 1's eliminated here. So 3. Height level 3 is what we're going to be doing with. Set this up correctly. There we go. And plastic there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so plastic's only used here, so whatever spots we have free here, technically 1. We can bring it up higher if we want a bit more buffer. Sure. Flip that conveyor belt around. And there's plastic. Yep. Salt can be next door to it. Sulfur and limestone. Be spaced a little bit further apart. Do a bucket with a space in between it. Be our spacing. Our coming in between is right here. That's pretty damn perfect. Both of those are loose items. And really don't care where they come in at. It's not 5. Got 4 and 3 available. Okay. That is fine. Our limestone. And there's our sulfur. Request that, fairly low priority. Request that, also fairly low priority. Request that, fairly low priority. Salt, actually kind of high priority to be honest. Actually, even the plastic, got that at 5. Okay. Salt, I'm going to have 3 separate exits. I'm going to presume no salt is needed in cake. Yes. Okay. Just making sure. God. I should set that up right. Yes. Okay. So you can come on over. Go. That. And just like that. There's our salt for snacks. Yeah, actually, just in case large trucks are trying to access some of this shit, I'm gonna do a ramp over here. And then we're gonna do the lifts after the ramp. Otherwise, this is just going to pretty much hard block anything from accessing any of this. Okay. And we do have 2 boxes here that kind of need to be accessed. There we go. Good fucking God. Oh, shit. Alright. That essentially is our food facility, or at least the starts of it. Oh, what time is it? It is getting late. We'll probably be calling it here. We're gonna need to probably set up some more desalination. I imagine we're gonna need some more water. Might do it over here, just that way it's easier to plumb up the water. Shouldn't be too bad anyways as well. Once we get a coal train here, we're gonna have a nice big fat coal bucket here. Be able to pull from for that. So that actually should be fairly decent. Yeah, more desalination, both for water there, also to convert all the brine into salt. At least all the brine we can. Ship the salt up here, ship the plastic, some sulfur and limestone. Shouldn't be too bad. And fairly quickly here, we should be manufacturing every single food type. Which, luckily enough, as much as we aren't producing our numbers of consumption for things like potatoes, or let alone veggies, right? The nice thing about this is as you provide more food groups, the rest of their numbers start dropping. It's kind of weirdly like how the proportions work, but it's very nice. We'll have potatoes, we'll have corn, we'll have bread, we'll have meat, eggs, tofu, sausage, veggies, fruit, and snacks. The only thing we'll be holding out on for at least a second is cake. But even that probably won't take very long. Yeah. Should not be too bad. Bigger issue is going to be shipping. Shipping all of that shit down to our town. Gonna be a little annoying for a second, but that'll be fine. We got all that done, along with starting to mine some uranium. So we'll probably look at setting up nuclear reactor shit tomorrow. Gonna try and squeeze that in today, but did not end up planning out. Yeah. Set up coal station. Actually build the food plant and get that operational. And our beginnings to nuclear power tomorrow. Rail extension blocked. You're not blocked. You're just being stupid. God. All right. As always, I'll leave you guys orbiting here. If you like what you see, please do remember, drop me a follow. Really does help me out. Really do appreciate it. And looking forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. We will probably be doing similar as today with early satisfactory. I don't know necessarily about that one. I want to get on Satisfactory. However, the new season on Marvel Rivals is dropping. I might hop on that, so we'll see. Regardless, we'll be doing Captain of Industries by around 6 p.m. Pacific. So, see you all tomorrow. Thank you all.